Call to order this regular meeting of council for Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. And I'd like to ask Councillor Mara to provide the land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I've been a little hesitant to give land acknowledgements for the simple reason of not being able to pronounce some of the First Nations or Indigenous people's names properly. Due to I am tongue-tied, so I do have some problems when I'm talking. But then I remembered a conversation I previously had in the spring with a couple of what I call my hockey boys, who are grown men now, at the rink. As I was at the time helping a company with their land acknowledgement and asked what they thought should be in a land acknowledgement. And at the same time asked them how they would feel if someone said the name's wrong in a land acknowledgement. That said, they said for them it's not about the words or pronunciation, it's about the action one takes. They said, "Ma Mara," is what they call me, or just Mara by my last name during hockey seasons. "You've been doing it for a long time. You made sure many Indigenous kids played hockey. We have good memories of playing hockey, bus trips, hearing you laugh with Harry." Harry was my teacher of the Stoney language who eventually said, "I give up on you. You can't say any of this." Now as I watch my granddaughter playing hockey alongside one of their daughters and seeing another bringing their son in to play the next game in Canmore, it brings me joy, and I see big smiles when they see me. I'm proud of the men they have become and the relationship we have. That said, in a spirit of truth and reconciliation, I acknowledge and appreciate that I live, work, and play in the heart of the Treaty 7 territory of Southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. We are located within the Rocky View Métis District 4 within the Battle River Territory. We are all treaty people building relationships.
Thank you, Councillor Mara. Very well done. All right, now before we move to the agenda, Mr. Stiver, as our municipal clerk, I believe you now have a deputy. Would you mind introducing the person on your right?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I am pleased to introduce Briar Jones. She is our new Deputy Municipal Clerk, and we're very excited to have her here.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here as well.
Thank you. Ms. Jones, welcome very much. We offer welcome to you. I'm getting tired, tongue-tied. Obviously coming off a summer break. We very much welcome you to your new position and look forward to seeing you in the clerk's office. Okay. So now we'll move to the agenda. There is one addition I'd like to make, and that is adding item H3, wastewater treatment plant Odour. And so with that change, I would move the agenda, that we approve the agenda for August 19th, 2025 regular meeting of council as amended. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now turning to the minutes of July 8th. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I move approval of the minutes of July 8th, 2025 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving on to our first business item. Item F1, Revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2025-21 Tourist Home Enforcement. Mr. Mackay, welcome to council. I'll get it.
Sorry, there we go. It's like trying to unlock a car door. Good morning, council. Great. We've got the PowerPoint up there. So, bit of background. These bylaw amendments were first in front of you for first reading on June 3rd, at which point you scheduled a public hearing, which occurred on July 8th. And now administrations has this item back on your agenda today with the recommendation that you give second and third reading to the bylaw, as well as to provide some analysis of some of the items that came up during the public hearing, which is what I'll take a few minutes to do right now. So why update the land use bylaw? What motivated the proposed amendments? One is to increase the effectiveness of tourist home enforcement while responding to concerns that have been raised both by the public and by the Alberta Court of Justice. And we'll talk about a specific decision in a minute. And the update really attempts to, or does, provide a stringent definition to ensure clarity around what is and what is not a tourist home, and specifically around the operation of such. This aligns with Council's strategic plan to address livability and affordability concerns in our community. So how are the amendments developed? Well, with advice from the Town of Canmore's external legal counsel that acts on behalf of the town during prosecutions. And it really was informed by a review of a specific court case, the Tomlinson case that recently went through that process. During the Tomlinson case, a strict interpretation of the current bylaw wording was applied, and this diverged from previous court decisions. And so really I think what we're witnessing here is a conversation between the legislative arm of government, in this case society, and the judicial arm, where we've gotten some advice via the court case when it comes to amendments to your bylaw. And the decision was that the town could have made it a standalone offense to advertise a tourist home, which is what the amendments reflect in the draft in front of you. Some of the conversation has been around how these amendments will impact residential units, and the short answer is they won't. If you're using a residential unit in accordance with the land use bylaw, you won't see changes through this amendment. If you're advertising your residential unit for purposes such as vacation use, a getaway, etc., then this provides the tool to aid in successful prosecution if it goes to that point. So appropriate residential uses would include such things as family visiting, billeting athletes, hosting international students, doctors on locum, those types of things. And to help the community understand this, we've also updated our website so that folks can easily access that information. Advertisement of long-term rentals still permitted and still certainly important for those looking to live in our community. And also continues to be permitted is advertisement of tourist homes that have a development permit, business license, and they can use various online tools to make the public aware of their accommodation opportunity. So a few pieces that came up during the public hearing. Another item that came up was the appeal process, and during the public hearing or just after, Ms. Miller provided a bit of a walkthrough of the tag to ticket process. So municipal tags are first issued after an investigation occurs and there's sufficient evidence. And there's no appeal process for this type of municipal tag. The only real appeal process for a municipal tag is related to parking, which is fairly straightforward typically, and the volume of parking tickets is such that we've got a slightly different appeal process there. If the tag's not paid, then a provincial violation ticket is issued after discussion with various parties and experts. And those provincial violation tickets are prosecuted in court if it goes that far. Nobody takes prosecutions lightly, so when a tag is issued or a provincial violation ticket is issued, there are steps taken to ensure that the evidence is strong. So it's not taken lightly, especially for offenses that carry a hefty fine. The other piece around the appeal process and why municipal tags aren't appealed to administration or council is our enforcement appeal committee isn't established or resourced to handle these types of appeals. It's a fairly complicated interpretation, or it can be, of the land use bylaw. And we don't necessarily have all of the expertise on staff in order to do that. So talk about the resources there. The other opportunity is that when we do take a case to court, we often get advice, such as the advice that we've received through the court in this circumstance, which can lead to strengthening of bylaws. Again, that conversation between the arms of government occurs when we take these items to court. And so with that, the recommendation is that you proceed with second and third reading of the Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2025-21, Tourist Home Enforcement. And certainly administration's available for any questions if you have.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Crosert, and thank you, Mr. Mackay. I have two questions. One is around home exchanges, which wouldn't otherwise necessarily meet the definition of a tourist home other than it's advertised. What would happen in that situation?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hesitant to flat out yes or no on a home exchange, but in looking at the land use bylaw and the amendments, it does speak to generating income, okay, vacation purposes,
Yeah.
Managed by a third party. Is it commercial in nature? So I can't say we've tested that one.
Because I know sort of the history of this issue dates back to people wanting to have the ability to still do a home exchange type situation for a vacation. However, I know I'm in support of moving towards an enforcement situation. My second question is, what about old advertising online? Like, what if a unit was advertised, isn't actively being rented, but there's old advertising online? Does that, and there was at least one situation in the past where that occurred.
Sure. So the existing, right now, the land use bylaw refers to advertising as an attribute of a tourist home. Or is considered when in interpreting the operation of a tourist home. This, I would say, is a standalone portion of the land use bylaw, which makes it really clear that that is not permitted. So I would say that the court took a bit of a different approach, a very strict approach, which is different than what they've taken in the past, is they've relied on advertising in the past for successful prosecution.
Yeah. Yeah. Because if it's not actively being rented in the present, but it had been advertised in the past, these are the two situations that I imagine being or creating some sort of confusion for people in the community, just if they had potentially old advertising that got them caught, because and then a home exchange, and the thing, like, if you're currently advertising it, totally in breach of the bylaw, right?
Yes, yeah, the current bylaw, so if these amendments aren't approved, the current bylaw does reference advertising, and has been used in successful prosecution in the past. So I wouldn't say that the change here is a strengthening of that, not an implementation of that.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, and then, like, if we have resources for investigating, then there is clearly an evidentiary process. So old advertising would go through that process as well as new advertising. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? I do not see any. Thank you, Mr. McKay. All right, I will move that council give second reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-21, tourist home enforcement. In speaking in favor of this motion, I want to say thank you to those who came out and provided some feedback. And I appreciate that we took the time to consider that feedback and have administration come back with the response that they have today. Councillor McCallum, did you have a question?
Nope. I was
Okay,
just
your
gonna
your hand is
to the
up.
motion. Yes, I was gonna
Oh,
speak to
okay.
the motion, that's all.
All right.
So
No.
whenever it's my turn.
Yeah, no problem. I was just notified that you were wanting to speak, so okay, thank you. So I appreciate that we took that time to do that. And I hope that it's clear to the public, as I stated at the last, or at the, when we did the public hearing, that the interpretation provided by a member of the public is not actually a proper interpretation of the bylaws as they are being amended. And I would hope, because there has been some spread of that misinformation, that such will be rectified. We certainly can't attribute a member of the public speaking at a public hearing as providing what council intended, especially when council specifically says that's not a proper interpretation. And now that we have the confirmation from administration, I would hope that people would cease spreading misinformation and creating fear of what are allowed activities. I appreciate the amendments made so that we're being responsive to the court decision that we had and making sure that we're always looking at our bylaws to adjust them to make them better. Speaking then also to this motion, Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be voting in favor of the motions. I think that moving towards better enforcement on this issue only supports our council's efforts to really strengthen our permanent residential stock and inventory in our community. There is, I think, over time been some areas that were a bit of a gray zone around how do we define these things, as specifically things like the 28-day thing, like that. Those types of issues speak to the fact that as we move forward, changes like this to our bylaw continue to clarify and refine what it is that is appropriate and allowable for our residential inventory, which is very important for the future of our community. So thank you for the work on this. I liked having a bit of time to consider after the public hearing. And the reality is that the most important commentary on this would be a future decision by the judicial level of our governing system. So I look forward to how this bylaw moves forward, and I'm very curious to how it will be interpreted. Thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too will be in support of this bylaw. I appreciate council supporting us taking a break from the public hearing and making sure that none of the whataboutisms that were presented at the public hearing were able to be explored better, to make sure that we were all singing from the same song sheet from a bylaw perspective. And I appreciate administration coming forward and, in a public setting, being able to bring clarity to those particular questions in the community so that everybody can move forward accordingly. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to this
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give third reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-21, tourist home enforcement. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving to the next item, item G1, Enforcement Appeal Review Committee Bylaw Amendment 2025-25 Omnibus. Ms. Hyde, welcome to council.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'll just need a minute to.
Whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
Oh, goodness. Hope I could remember my password. Thank you. So I am here today to talk about amending bylaw 2025-25, which is intended to amend the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee Establishment Bylaw. There are 3 reasons for us asking to amend the bylaw today. The first one is just to change the references to the Animal Control Bylaw and Business Registry Bylaw section numbers and actual bylaw numbers, because those bylaws have both been updated since the Enforcement Appeal Review Committee bylaw was passed. So housekeeping nature. The second part is to correct sort of a thing we overlooked in the first place. The bylaw, the way it's written now, if the person who actually issued the stop order or notice has to attend the appeal hearing, and we ran into a situation where that person was on vacation and they didn't have the ability to delegate it to another member of their team. So that's the second amendment that we're requesting. And then the third one is to add a couple of appeal processes that we've either not addressed in the case of the Agricultural Pest Act or the Weed Control Act. We previously were appointing just a counselor at the annual org meeting to act as that appeal process. Both of those acts require councils across Alberta to establish a review committee to hear those reviews. They're rare. In my knowledge, there have never been an order or a notice issued under either one of these acts. The Agricultural Pest Act in particular is more suited to agricultural areas. It's around nuisances that can affect crops and things like that. But, you can see it maybe coming into play if someone had to manage some kind of disease or infestation on their property. And then the Weed Control Act is really based on noxious weeds. Those acts are mostly enforced, or not even really enforced. It's through warnings and public education. But should we need the appeal process, we'd like to add it just to enforcement appeal so we can have it one-stop shopping for the public when they go to apply for their appeal. And that is it. Those are the motions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hyde. And I'm looking to council to see if there are any questions. I don't see any.
Thank you.
So I'll move the council give first reading to Enforcement Appeal Review Committee Bylaw Amendment 2025-25 Omnibus. I'll be supporting the motion as Ms. Hyde presented. For the most part, this is housekeeping. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move the council give second reading to Enforcement Appeal Review Committee Bylaw Amendment 2025-25 Omnibus. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move the council give leave to go to third reading of Enforcement Appeal Review Committee Amendment 2025-25 Omnibus. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And finally, I'll move the council give third reading to Enforcement Appeal Review Committee Bylaw Amendment 2025-25 Omnibus. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now on to item G2, Community Standards Bylaw Amendment 2025-26, General Holidays. Mr. Burt, welcome to council. Whenever you're set up, the microphone is yours.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. Here to talk about amendment to the Community Standards Bylaw for general holidays. So for background, the Community Standards Bylaw regulates construction activity, commonly related to noise. But it could also include things like deliveries, equipment working, etc. So a person can work on Sundays and statutory holidays, conducting construction renovations or alterations to their own home. So just want to clarify that. Or if people are helping someone conducting those with no compensation, that can occur. However, construction activity for financial gain cannot occur unless there is a permit that is being issued. Currently, the bylaw reads that it can't occur on a Sunday or a statutory holiday. There has been some confusion because statutory holiday wasn't clearly defined as to which ones apply. So contractors were confused as to which holidays apply, residents were confused, etc. So what we brought forward is an amendment to clarify a general holiday, including the following 9 holidays contained within the bylaw. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Burt. Pretty straightforward, but there is a question.
All right.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Burt, thank you. I wonder if you could speak to why the times 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. were chosen, if there was any rationale behind those times.
Those times predate me. They came back to a bylaw that was approved back in 1997, and the times have been consistent since that time.
Okay. Was there any, if you don't know, you don't know. Thank you, sir.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Burt. How are you doing?
Excellent.
You used some very specific language at the beginning of your presentation, and I believe it was construction activity by an owner, but for financial gain, or how did I hear that?
Let me reference specifically what's contained within the bylaw.
Okay.
Give me 1 minute here.
No worries.
So section 21 of the Community Standards Bylaw
Okay.
reads, notwithstanding section 20, a person may on Sundays and statutory holidays conduct construction, alterations, or renovations on their own home and property, or by persons assisting them if the persons assisting do not receive financial compensation or any other compensation for their labor.
Okay. So I'm going to provide a scenario to you, and I'm going to ask for your assistance in how this bylaw would apply to this scenario. So owner of a home is building a home on a piece of property they own. They are the developer. It is owner developed. And the owner of that development continues to come on Sundays or holidays to work because they are the owner. But in essence, they are building a home to sell to somebody else. How would the bylaw apply to that situation?
As they are the owner of the property, section 21 would be applicable, so they would be permitted to conduct construction, alterations, or renovations on their own home or property.
So it really doesn't apply to construction overall. It's only certain types of construction.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
Sorry, so it doesn't, so the bylaw won't apply to all types of construction, just certain types of construction, even if it's all for profit.
Well, the general intent behind this section is related to general construction activities that aren't related to homeowners on their own property. I appreciate the scenario you've provided.
Yeah.
And I think that's a unique example, so thank you for that. I always appreciate you challenging me during my
I'm not trying to
time
challenge
here.
you. I'm
No, I
actually
find it interesting.
providing you with examples that happen in my own neighborhood and in other people's neighborhoods that I speak to on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
And so, owner developed property, you know, I've done it myself, as you know, don't
Mm-hmm.
have a problem with that. But I think that it feels like sometimes that the rules get bent a bit and the owner of the property is putting on a different hat on different days.
What-
So anyways, I
So-
appreciate you answering my question.
Yeah, so just, I mean, allowing, you know, some leeway here. It's not obviously not the subject of the amendment. We're dealing with definitions of holidays. But I think that, you know, what Officer Byrd has said, that if, let's say, somebody owned a property or their corporation owned a property, and they themselves worked on it. Now, question is it their own home? Potentially so, but are they doing it for financial gain? Are they in fact hiring themselves as part of the construction? So, I mean, those are the sorts of things that would need to be looked at. And if this matter ever came to it. If it was somebody just individually buying a home, as long as they couldn't, and they had some friends over to help, great, but if they had anybody that they're hiring, they couldn't, you know, so I think it's still pretty limited. So I don't know if it's true, the statement that you made, Councillor McCallum, that any construction would be caught by that.
And if I may, I can say that has occurred or can occur. However, the majority of the complaints that our department responds to related to construction activities on statutory holidays or on Sundays is related to trades on site at a construction site. And what we've seen when we follow up on those is generally very good compliance. When an officer attends and identifies themselves, the reason why they're there, and more often than not, what we encounter when we run into that is there are trades that are on site and they shut down their operations, and we follow up with the general contractor to ensure that they're familiar with the regulations required within the bylaw.
Right. So if I own my, at home and I got my weekends off and I'm fixing the roof of my shed, I can go up there and do that.
Yes.
But if I
course.
hire Councillor Hillstad's roofing company to do that on a statutory holiday, that's a no-no.
Or a Sunday,
Okay.
correct.
Or a Sunday, that's right.
Yes,
That's right.
correct.
Yeah.
But if you've bought a property, a piece of land, and you're building a home, and you've decided that you're gonna build it yourself, and you're gonna work on Sundays and Mondays, that would be okay.
Correct.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Yes, I'm just curious, how would section 22 apply in that scenario?
So section 22. So subject to section 20, the chief administrator officer may, by written notice, direct that a person shall not cause or permit any construction activity or certain types of construction activity on property they own or occupy during the time specified in the written notice.
So yeah, sorry, go.
No, go ahead. I think that's a very unique situation where we would need to look into that further. And what I would say is, although 21 and 22 somewhat contradict each other, the intent would be is it is excessive noise as opposed to construction alterations or renovations. So if there is an excessive noise that is excessively disturbing a neighbor, we would look at that. However, we have never utilized that section.
It could come into play in a scenario where a neighborhood feels that someone is using the fact that they own the property to develop it on those dates that the bylaw specifically prohibits commercial construction on. So to me, a remedy is in here potentially, but we just haven't used it yet. Maybe there needs to be language that triggers it in terms of numbers of complaints. I don't know, but that's just my thoughts on this tangent that we're on. Thank you.
I appreciate your comment, Councillor Faubert. I always like to allow officers to exercise their discretion, and I appreciate it references the Chief Administrative Officer, but this is, in my opinion, something that would be very unique and rare, and feel that bylaws, in scenarios like this, it's better to leave them open-ended.
Okay, thank you for that point, Councillor Faubert, and the clarification. Officer Burt, now I'm going to limit if there's any further questions to the specific changes that are being proposed. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will move that council give first reading to Community Standards Bylaw Amendment 2025-26, General Holidays. Speaking in support of this motion, I see this as housekeeping in nature to bring clarity to a situation that has arisen where there was lack of clarity. And that's the case with all bylaws that over time they get amended based on experience. And so I appreciate this coming to us at this time. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move that council give second reading to Community Standards Bylaw Amendment 2025-26, General Holidays. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give leave to go to third reading of Community Standards Bylaw Amendment 2025-26, General Holidays. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council give third reading to Community Standards Bylaw Amendment 2025-26, General Holidays. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And we'll do one more before taking a break. We'll do item G3, Revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2025-27, Three Sisters Gateway District Additional Uses. Ms. Collette, welcome to council. And whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
I've learned now to direct the microphone appropriately. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm here to present Bylaw 2025-27, which is an amendment to the land use bylaw being Three Sisters Gateway District additional uses. Oh no! How does it fix?
It should. Oh no, Mike, it's over.
sir.
Thanks for the help, Mr. Stiver.
One more time, Bylaw 2025-27, Three Sisters Gateway District additional uses. To provide some context, the Three Sisters Gateway District only exists one area of the town, and that's shown on the subject map here, which is kind of at the top of the highway around Cascade Drive. Administration received a land use bylaw amendment application in June. And the application is to add 3 permitted uses and 3 discretionary uses to the Three Sisters Gateway Commercial District. The amendment is in response to lease inquiries and different market demands, and to add compatible uses to those uses that are already existing in the district. This particular area falls within the Stewart Creek Area Structure Plan, which was passed by Council in 2004. In the Stewart Creek Area Structure Plan, the land use concept identifies this area as being a commercial mixed use area, which is shown in red, and that's where the Three Sisters Gateway District applies. In the area structure plan, there is a number of different purpose statements that capture the intent of what this node is intended to be, and generally it's to provide a range of commercial and some residential land uses, and facilitate primary gateway and destination kind of node. The purpose of the Three Sisters Gateway District is rather lengthy, but it does reflect the area structure plan in talking about a residential with small to moderate scale commercial and service establishments that encourage a comprehensively designed mixed-use buildings. The proposed amendments, as I mentioned, are 3 permitted uses and 3 discretionary uses to be added to the district. The 3 permitted uses are pet care facility, storage facility, specifically indoor, veterinary clinic, and discretionary uses are care facility, kennel, and laboratory. The table here shows a comparison between the proposed uses and other similar districts of where they exist and whether or not they're permitted or discretionary. Getting into them individually, pet care facility is proposed to be a permitted use in the district, and it includes cleaning, grooming, and care of pets without overnight kenneling. In other districts, this is often a discretionary use. Veterinary clinics allow for the overnight stay of pets, but don't include outdoor runs or pens. And they are frequently permitted in other similar districts due to largely the lack of impact on surrounding properties. Kennel, which is the most potentially impactful land use, is discretionary, and it allows for the overnight stay of pets. It's frequently included as discretionary in other districts, and this allows the development authority to place conditions that may require mitigation of any proposed impacts or like noise or other such things as a condition of approval. One of the other uses is storage facility, specifically indoor, not outdoor, as a permitted use in the district. This use is as a storage facility, not included to be just indoor, but generally storage facility is a discretionary use in other districts. This amendment specifically talks about indoor storage. So access to any storage units would be from the interior of the building. And the land use bylaw does have provisions in it to allow for design and elements that would allow it to blend in to the rest of the district and surrounding development. 2 other uses, one being a care facility, which is a public or private health facility containing overnight accommodation. And this is generally residential in nature. It's proposed to be discretionary, and is discretionary in the majority of other residential districts in the town, and some transitional districts such as the Bow Valley Trail T district. Laboratory is a facility for scientific or technical research, investigations, or experimentation. And they're permitted uses in most industrial districts. And the laboratory could range quite substantially in the type of activity that you could have there. It could be a research kind of facility, that sort of thing. So discretionary is helpful to assess any potential impacts. For example, if you had it in, if you were dealing with potentially toxic substances and you were in a floodplain, that discretionary element allows for different controls to be placed. The amendment was circulated to internal and external interest holders on July 29th, and then we completed a circulation to landowners within 60 meters of all parcels within the district on July 30th. A sign was posted at the beginning of Cascade Drive on August 11th. To date, no comments or concerns have been received by administration. In general, the proposed land uses are consistent with the purpose statement of the Three Sisters Gateway District, and they're consistent with other uses that currently are contemplated. They all provide a commercial or residential function in the case of care facility, and there is already existing a residential component in phase 1 of the development in the form of employee housing. We consider these uses to be complementary to existing uses and will not alter the function of the district. Therefore, it is administration's recommendation to give first reading and schedule a public hearing on September 16th, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now I will open it up to council for questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. I wonder if you could speak a little bit more to the kennel. Looking at your chart, they're discretionary in a commercial area, commercial area, commercial area, commercial area. But in Bow Valley Trail, Teepee Town, it's not permitted. That's there's residential there. There's also residential components to the gateway, correct?
That's correct.
So I guess I'm concerned there about having a kennel in the middle of a residential area. And yeah, we can talk about noise mitigation, but I would be concerned about that. So I wonder if you can just elaborate on that for me.
So just to clarify though, Bow Valley Trail General Commercial District also allows residential.
Yep. Yes.
And so I don't know if the analogy is correct.
Fair about the analogy. I still would appreciate some elaboration on how to mix a kennel into a residential area.
Through the chair, thank you very much for that question. In a lot of municipalities, kennel is predominantly found in agricultural or industrial districts. They are found in some cases in limited capacities in more mixed use, kind of commercial style districts. More often than not, almost exclusively as a discretionary use, specifically for the reason and the concerns that you mentioned. There are different design factors. There's different conditions that you can place in terms of, when animals can be outside, mitigating noise, landscaping, that sort of thing, or in limiting the scale. So instead of having a very large scale kennel that you might see in kind of an agricultural district, it might be something more on a small scale as a rescue or something to that effect.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Ma.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for your presentation, Ms. Collette. With regards to the storage facility, I'm assuming when it's an indoor storage facility, there's like one point of entry, and then people come in and they have the various access points for their storage locker. We have performance guidelines for cannabis store, automobile sales, and retail. I'm getting some questions from the public. How large, what would be the GFA for a storage facility indoor in this area? Because sometimes storage facilities can be quite large, and it seems a little bit silent on the size of it here.
Forgive me, Councillor Ma, I don't have the district in front of me, but it would be limited to the same scale as other like lot coverage provisions and FAR and other density provisions that are in the district itself. Mm-hmm. And largely,
Who's that tall guy?
I could feel it in my periphery.
I can add after Ms. Collette is finished.
Sure.
No, that's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Collette. It's important to keep in mind that there is an overall concept development plan for the gateway. So anything that's proposed, we would expect would be within the building footprints of what we've already received from the developer.
Okay. All right. That's super helpful, and thank you, Ms. Collette. Thank you, Mr. Schneider. And there's a point here that says any single commercial retail space larger than 2,000 square meters will take an impact study, et cetera, et cetera. I guess all that would still apply to understand it all. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? I do not see any, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll move the council give first reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-27, Three Sisters Gateway District additional uses. And speaking in favor of the motion, these are relatively minor and reasonable changes, in my opinion. I look forward to seeing if there is any public comment. There has been none to date. And so I will be supporting first reading as well as the public hearing should first reading pass. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move the council schedule a public hearing for revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-27, Three Sisters Gateway District additional uses on September 16th, 2025. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? I'll just note that we're dealing with some very pointed changes, and at the public hearing, if anyone wishes to speak, it will have to be limited to the changes proposed. It's not going to be an open mic to talk about the commercial district as a whole. That's already approved. It would just be focused on the proposed changes. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we're going to take a break until 10:05. Okay, we're back from break. Our next item, under new business, H1, Property Tax Task Force, Terms of Reference. Dr. Cottle, whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. And members of council, I'm here today with the terms of reference for the Property Tax Task Force. And there are two recommendations in front of you today. One is to approve the terms of reference, and the other is to direct administration to advertise, and that the appointments will be made at the organizational meeting in October. So as a bit of background, the original Property Tax Task Force was struck in 2012 and provided recommendations to council in 2013. There's been, as you know, significant growths and changes in Canmore since that time, and also in the global economy, including the development of a residential subclass in Canmore for properties that are used as a primary residence, who receive an exemption from a higher residential tax rate. So administration thought it might be a good time to bring forward a terms of reference for a revised property tax task force that would review and provide recommendations to council on all elements of Canmore's tax regime, including the livability tax program. So just as a reminder, I know you all know, but the tax rate process is that each year council reviews the municipal tax requirement and then sets the tax rate for various residential subclass and non-residential properties, and then establishes tax rates that ensure consistent and equitable municipal taxation amounts. And you also know that dynamics around taxes and tax structures are complex. So subdividing the overall burden between taxpayers is ultimately a zero-sum situation. If one tax classification pays less, the others must make up the shortfall. So considering how to break up all the various classes requires a lot of good thinking around social, financial, and larger environmental implications that need to be considered. So the task force work is to review our current municipal tax classifications, the mill rate splits and the implications of those, and to provide advice to council on the appropriate rate for the residential subclass and the appropriate balance between municipal tax classifications. And the representation proposed is 3 members of council, a member from Boda, Tourism, Canmore, Kananaskis, and the Business Improvement Area, 3 members of the public of large, at least one of which would be a non-permanent resident, and then town staff, which would include myself, the general manager of corporate services, and the manager of finance. We've already retained Ben Brunin of Vernum Consulting to lead the task force. So what we're proposing is that advertisements and appointment and work schedule, some happen now, some happen after the election. So the idea would be we usually do regular advertising in September for boards and committees. So we're bringing this forward now so that we can capitalize on that larger advertising opportunity. We would do that in September as normal. And then appointments would be made in October at the annual organizational meeting. And the timing and schedule for when the task force would actually occur would need to be after that time, after appointments have been made. But the idea is that we would complete the work and make recommendations to council in spring of 2026 before the property tax rate bylaw is set for the year. So there'll be some advertising and then a little bit of nothing and then a whole lot of work in a short amount of time, basically, is what that means. There are some alternatives for council. Obviously, we're coming up on a municipal election, so you may want to defer this to after the election. Administration actually felt comfortable bringing it forward to this council because we're including the livability tax program, and it was this council that established that program. So it made sense, I think, for this council to establish the terms of reference now, that this is your intent. It makes it clear to the community that you're including the new residential subclass and at least one non-primary resident on the committee, and that the council in place after the election can always make changes. They can change the terms of reference. They could cancel the task force completely. So doing this now doesn't set anything in stone. It can all be changed after the election if that's the decision or the interest of a future council. You could also amend the terms of reference to do things like propose a tax rate or a revenue target for the livability program, or advise on how the tax rate or the revenue target should be set. The budget is already approved in the capital budget. The council approved capital budget for $75,000, so we're fine there. And the recommendations are that you approve the terms of reference as presented and direct administration to advertise for the recruitment of public members to be appointed at the October 30th annual organizational meeting. That's all I had, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Dr. Cottle. Just one clarification from me. As far as the structure, you indicated in your presentation that the representation from administration would be yourself, the GM of Corporate Services, and the manager of finance. In the document itself, it speaks of yourself, the GM of Corporate Services, and the GM of Municipal Infrastructure, and other staff as needed.
Yeah,
So
that's
is there
an
any
error.
is
It's
there
not
any-
meant to be thank you for catching that. I don't know how we missed it, but it's not meant to be the GM of infrastructure. It would be the manager of finance.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me. I guess when I make the motion, I will move an amendment.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, great. Just 1 second while I make a note. All right. Looking to other members of council. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Dr. Cottle. In your presentation, you explicitly say that we're going to look at all taxes, all property taxes, including the livability tax. Does it preclude us from looking at any other sort of tax structures or tax options?
No, I mean, the committee could look at any proposed revenue source from taxation.
Right. This task force has no preconceived notions as to what's going to come out of this. We're not directing it to look in any one direction.
No, the terms of reference are the only which is in front of you and in the public package. Those are the only preconceived ideas. Then it's very similar to the proposed or the structure that was used in 2013 to look at tax rates. So the idea is to look at the overall tax scheme and what's happening in other communities and around the world that we might need to consider, what's happening in Canmore that we might consider, and have a robust conversation around appropriate taxation levels, given that it is a zero-sum game. That's the intent.
And the Livability Task Force looked at all sorts of options when they came to council with their recommendations. Can you kind of elaborate on what that process looked like, just to remind some folks?
Yeah, I mean, I would mostly point people to the town's website for information about that. All the reports and work of that task force are on the website, but we did look at a number of ways to address livability and to raise funds for housing in affordable and below market housing in Canmore. So a number of alternatives have been considered. Yeah, and all of that is publicly available on the town's website.
Thank you, Dr. Cottle. I appreciate that.
Looking to see if there are any other questions from council. Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. I am just going to send something here to the municipal clerk so that he can cut and paste onto the screen here. Okay. So I will move that council approve the Property Tax Task Force terms of reference as presented, and then, talking very slowly here, to allow email to catch up and make its way to Municipal Clerk Stiver. I will be moving that under the structure section, number 2, that General Manager of Municipal Infrastructure be replaced with Manager of Finance. And there it is on the screen. Would anybody like to speak to this motion? It's just correcting what was an inadvertent error. Okay, I call the question on this amending motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So now we're back to the original motion as amended. Councillor Graham, you'd like to propose an amendment?
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Stever, if you can help me out here. Over the past few days, we've received a number of emails from the citizenry around being explicit about the livability tax. Now, to be completely honest, I think that Dr. Cottle answered all of my questions and all of our questions about the livability tax and how we got there and how it would be looked at in the property tax task force. And I actually don't think that this amendment is necessary. Those things would be looked at through this process regardless. However, there are some that want us to be a little bit more explicit about that. And okay. If that satisfies some of those people, that we will look and relook at these options that we have looked at extensively over the past term, then I'm happy to appease that desire. So with that, I'm not looking to direct the Property Tax Task Force to come to any conclusions. I think we've done due process on the livability tax over this term, and to date, I am satisfied that it is our best option. If there are other options that come out and they satisfy the needs of this community to help fund affordable housing, I am all ears. But this council and this administration has done fantastic work to look at all of our options, and the livability tax is the conclusion we came to. With that, I look forward to hearing from my fellow council members.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. I'm going to speak in favor of your amending motion. In doing so, there's a number of things I want to say. First of all, I concur with you that it's something that the Property Tax Task Force, in looking at the livability tax, would have done in any event. There would have been a discussion, is this still the right approach, and all that sort of thing. So my comments go to the history behind getting to the property tax, livability tax program, I should say. And that is, there's been 20 years of discussion in the community at some level and to some degree. A residential property rebate program was first discussed about 18, 20 years ago. I remember clearly at doors in the 2012 by-election hearing from residents that they felt that that there was a problem brewing in our community around housing, and that is that it was getting out of hand as far as pricing, out of reach of the average person. And that's because of the global desirability, and then also the resulting of dark neighborhoods in many areas, and so that was part of the discussion, and it's been going on and on. The housing crisis that we face is not unlike what we're seeing with other large problems that can face a community or the world if they're not acted upon soon enough at the right volume at the right time. All of a sudden you have a lot to do. If we had started 20 years ago building 100 units per year, and we're continuing to do that going forward, and I'm talking of non-market housing, we would not nearly have the situation that we have now. But it was not politically acceptable at the time. The situations was not dire enough. And so as these things go, they often get kicked down the road. This council has recognized that as nothing introduced to the market has remained accessible to the average person, we needed to build non-market housing, and in large volumes, at a rate and volume greater than ever seen before. We used a number of 2,000. A recent study brought forward by the Bow Valley Regional Housing actually provides confirmation of that number and more by 2035. So we have a big problem ahead of us. The market can't solve it for us because they can't produce the non-market housing in the volume needed. And so then it falls to either some level of government to provide non-market housing. And we're not talking about subsidized housing. We're not talking about income levels that are dealing with poverty line issues and that would typically be provided by a provincial government, such as through Bow Valley Regional Housing. We're talking about incomes that anywhere else wouldn't be having the same issues with housing as they are here. And it has to be non-market housing because the market can't provide it. So then the question is who's going to provide it? Well, as a community, and going right to the very nature of our community and the nature of why we are here and how we interact with one another, in order to maintain that and not have that be completely gutted as has happened in other mountain communities, we recognize as a municipality that we got to get on top of this and we got to make the best use of the land that we have to produce this non-market housing. In coming to this conclusion, there were conversations with developers, and I was repeatedly told, make use of the town-owned land or land that the town has access to. Don't lose that. You need that for non-market housing. Great. So we're on the same page there. But how are we going to pay for it? Quite frankly, our tools are limited. And so through experience of trying lots of different things over the last 20 years, through a property tax or a livability task force, and a couple of us actually running on the issue at the last election, it's come down to that the taxation of properties that don't provide a home for a primary resident should pay a higher tax, thus the livability tax program. When we were being encouraged to bring this sort of amendment as you are today, as has been brought up at various times by people who are opposing the livability tax, some took it upon themselves to use the opportunity to say, boy, you guys are so stupid. Why don't you just have the developers build it? Well, the reason is that we can't require developers to do it. That is a power that is in some jurisdictions, it's not in our jurisdiction. So we cannot require this non-market housing to be built. Some non-market housing is being built. It's not at the volume and rate that we need, but it's certainly helpful. And that is out of the goodness of the heart of developers to help assist with the situation. We are also being said, and we were even sent a copy of a receipt. In other places, they just charge a tourist tax. Why don't you do that? Well, because we can't. The municipalities of Banff, Jasper, and Canmore have been working together for close to 2 decades to advocate to the provincial government to give us the powers that others have in other jurisdictions to have a tourism tax. I do not disagree that that would go a long ways to solving our problem, but we do not have that tool available to us. And so it's not an option. People ask, well, why don't you just charge everybody? Well, that certainly is something that we can do. However, the choice that this council has made is not to do that because it would result in a 34% increase across the board to everybody's municipal taxes, which works directly opposite to the affordability objectives that we have. And so really, item after item is suggested that either we can't do or is not palatable. As you said, Councillor Graham, this has been looked at thoroughly. We've come to this conclusion. The decision has been made. That said, as this task force will discuss if this is approved, it will discuss if there are any reasonable alternatives. I have said to the Minister of Municipal Affairs that we are not tied to any one solution. If there's another solution that meets our needs to provide this housing that our community desperately needs, then we are open to talking about it. And that's where that conversation currently stands. We have been diligently looking at this problem for many years. I do want to thank those who wrote to us and very kindly and respectfully requested that this be added as an amendment to the terms of reference, which was most. But there were some that did take it upon themselves to say that what we were doing is disgusting, an abuse of democracy, and other descriptors. Well, there's nothing disgusting about this, and this is democracy, and we're not tying the hands of a future council. What we're simply doing is putting forth a task force to take a look at what we're doing, adding in the livability tax program because it's now a reality, and asking that task force to give us advice. And a future council will appoint those members, and a future council can change it however they like. This is about doing a job and doing it well. And so all of that said, and thank you for your patience in listening, I will support your amendment. Councillor Faubert, you are next up on the line.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was on a journey with you there because I had concerns around adding this into the terms of reference with the potential of it hijacking the process in a way that would take it on a tangent and away from the objectives and deliverables of the property tax task force. But I like the wording around review alternatives because I think it helps create clarity that this is a robust process and that's what will happen. And what alternatives are there? And I think that this will be a really good exposure for the members of the property tax task force to the work by reviewing the alternatives to the work that has led to the livability tax, right? Because that review will cover this background that is absolutely necessary to understand that we actually don't have alternatives. And so I will support the motion. I was hesitant. I wasn't sure because in order to get from October when we appoint our committees to setting our tax rates in the spring is a tight timeline. And so I want making sure that adding this into the workload wouldn't prevent us from meeting those deliverables. This language gives me that confidence. And the thing I think that's really important, wait. I'm speaking to the motion, not to the overall thing. I'm going to stay, and then I'll save my overall stuff for the end. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. I'm happy to support this motion. I think, again, it was going to happen regardless. This just makes it very clear that, yes, this is part of the review. Everything's already really been said. But yeah, unless there's some crazy changes between now and then where the province is like, hey, you guys can have all these tools that we've denied you for the past 20, 30 years, most likely we're probably still be on this course. But hey, you never know. Something could change. It'd be great if it did. I think, what is it? I think Edmonton and Calgary are the only places in Alberta that can actually require some amount of affordable housing, and the rest of the province just gets the shaft. So anytime the province wants to change that, go ahead. Let all municipalities actually have a say in what can be developed in their communities when it comes to affordable housing. Because again, not just Edmonton and Calgary need it, everywhere it does. And that's going to be the way of the future, and so things do need to change. But yeah, this is where we're at, so happy to support this and let the task force get to work after the next election. So
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mira.
Thank you. I think everything has been said, but I just wanted to say that I was confident in knowing that a task force would also already be looking at all avenues. I know I've even sat in the previous council in meetings with ministers talking about this subject and alternative ways to provide funding for housing to no avail. But I think everything's been said, so I am in support of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship. And just to say, thank you for speaking eloquently and kind of doing a recap of the past few decades of the path we've been on. When I first saw this motion, I was pretty ambivalent. It's a bit of a nothing burger in my eyes, because really, the integrity of the task force will have made sure no stone was left unturned. We might as well just add an amendment, say all members should have proper hygiene and wear pants. It's just they will do what needs to be done. I'd also like to point out that, while some of the emails that we did get were respectful, I would like to address some of the ones that were less so. And with regards to that, as Dr. Calla mentioned, taxation is a zero-sum game. And just because you may be in a subset of the population that doesn't like the solution, doesn't mean it's not the best solution for the community. And that's the truth. Thank you.
Councillor Ma. Anyone else wishing to speak to this amending motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think for everybody's words with regards to this motion, I too was a little, like Councillor Faubert, thought that potentially this motion could presuppose the work and dictate a future state of what the task force would be examining and recommending. But I do agree, I like the wording, and quite frankly, it would have been investigated and examined anyways. Yes, we did get quite a few emails. I'm actually, except for a handful, not confident they were actually all from our community, but because so many did not leave an address or a reference to whether they lived in Canmore or not. Regardless of that, I did take issue with some of them that clearly weren't paying attention to what council has done. And I would like to remind the public that this item of the Livability Task Force and looking at other ways to procure funds to support affordable and non-market housing is something that quite a few people around this table campaigned on in the last election. So as we know, things take some time, and it's taken 3.5 years to get to this point where the recommendations from the Livability Task Force are being implemented. So for those that have been paying attention, thank you. And for those who maybe weren't privy to all the details of the past, I'm glad that the mayor's had an opportunity to educate. Yes, I would agree that we have been fighting this battle for a long time. And I would like to remind everybody that housing is provincial, and the provincial government continues to not support our affordable housing needs in the way that is required. They want to double tourism dollars in the next 10 years, and the only way to do that is to support it through housing. It's just not possible. Anyways, I will support the amendment. I agree, it's a bit of a nothing burger, but and look forward to seeing, to voting in favor of the final product in a few moments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham to close.
Thank you, you all. This has been a journey. I think you all have spoken incredibly well to this. I too hesitated to bring this this motion forward because it is a bit of a nothing burger. We would do this work anyways, but I wanted to be specific and I wanted to be intentional, and I wanted no stone left unturned. So thank you all for your support.
Thank you, Councillor. So with that, I'll call the question on the amending motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So we're now back to the original motion as amended. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I think it's really important as we move forward, especially with there being a very vocal group of people affected by the livability tax, that I want to speak directly to them and really speak to the fact that this is the work that we need to do. And these types of changes and these types of policies don't just, it's not just one change of one thing and you're done. There are a whole bunch of things that roll out of the livability tax program, and one of them is the work of this property tax task force. Oh no, it's already begun. But right, in the objectives and in the deliverables, it is what I see in here is exactly what I hear people asking for and calling for and wanting, while at the same time kind of objecting to it. And so I want to add that clarity as well. This is the meat and potatoes. This will determine potentially and put in front of a group of people and worked through how we set these ratios. How do we, like right now we have a policy around residential to non-residential, right? And there's a ratio, and we do analysis of comparators. There's all this work that goes into the ratios between our different tax classes, and that's going to include the livability tax. This is really important work. And we have to take this direction, because 20 to 30% of the homes in our community are not the same as the rest of the homes in our community when it comes to what we do as a municipality to deliver on the programs and services and to have a healthy, functioning community and economy. This is also about our labor force. For example, all of those homes that non-permanent residents live in do not qualify for us when we go to the provincial and federal government for grants and for programs where they fund us. They fund almost exclusively our permanent population. So we are not playing the same game out there as other municipalities when it comes to funding from the province. We've also seen the province deny our requests and requests from organizations in our community for funding for really important affordable housing projects. And what message does that send? For 20 years, I have been reporting on and living the reality of housing in this community. And I can tell you one thing for sure, the message that I have received, that I feel like I am receiving as a citizen of this community and as an elected leader in my community, is the province doesn't have our back on housing. And I don't want to feel like that. I want to be their partner. I want them to be there with us. But I also want my community to have a future. And so here we are. And I believe so, like this property tax task force and the terms of reference, this is really taking all of that work and moving it into solidifying it into tax policy. And I'm really excited about it. And I know that that's super nerdy. And I'm sorry if I tangented a little bit there, but we absolutely need this. And so, yay, property tax task force, terms of reference. Here we are. And with that, I want to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Clearly we're all very passionate about this one, but actually, for me, this isn't just about the livability tax. It's about commercial tax and other residential tax and how we do splits and other revenue options. And I don't want the livability tax to be the sole focus. It's part of it, not the entirety of it. And this conversation needs to talk about those ratios between commercial taxes and residential taxes. And I look forward to having that conversation. It's been too long since we've probably done the last one. Things have evolved, and it's time for a good, solid relook at this. I look forward to this work in the future.
Thank you, Councillor. In speaking in support of the motion, I'll note that a few things. First of all, Councillor McCallum and I sat on the Property Tax Task Force 1.0, and it was a really good process. Ben Brunin was an excellent facilitator, brings a lot of knowledge to the process. It was an excellent dialogue between residents, elected officials, and business interests. It was specifically and mostly about splits between commercial and residential taxes, but also about how we compare with other communities. It was very important for all of us around the table that we offered up a competitive tax rates for businesses and splits and residential rates. And so that's definitely part of the process going forward, and perhaps the biggest part as well. I would also add that I seem to get the impression from talking with other municipalities or ministers of the government that we're a little cutting edge on this. Not a lot of municipalities have gone through a formal process of having the community discussion. It's often just wrapped up in the setting the mill rates and maybe carrying on what's always been done, that sort of thing. We've been very intentional, and in fact, when I mention this, it was usually a look of surprise and admiration that we actually went through that process, because that's forward thinking. And so now it's time, because it's been 12 years. We were going to do this in the last couple of years, but there's been a few things that have been taking priorities around tax programs, also around emergency preparedness, and a lot of work that this council has done on both of those fronts. But it is time to make sure that we take a look at the conversation, make sure it's all up to date, that we're utilizing best practices, and that we are working into our policy things that represent our circumstances now. So I very much support this work continuing. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Oh, Councillor Graham?
Your Worship, you kind of reminded me that it would be very easy to not do this work, right? That this is going to be another contentious issue for a council to deal with. And this is not going to be an easy road. Yet again, and this term is not I was talking to former Mayor John Borman the other day, and he's like, man, you guys have had a go this term. And I know this is going to come back for next term, but this is going to be a real issue for that next council to want to dive into and to have the courage to want to have that conversation in the community. And I commend anybody who sits at that table for having that conversation. Enjoy.
You know, Councillor Graham, just to close on that thought before going to the vote on this, I really appreciate this council not being afraid to dive into some of the harder areas. The livability tax program is obviously one of the biggest ones. Let's be perfectly clear. That was a hard decision. And we knew that some people would not be happy at all. If we were to take the easy road, it would have been to do nothing. We didn't take the easy road. We're not taking the road that we believe brings us joy. In fact, we knew that it was going to bring us hardship. But we still made the decision because I firmly believe it was in the best interest of the community as a whole. Likewise, doing work such as this. It was originally asked for by the business community and could have been very easily, as you mentioned, something we just didn't have time for. But it is important that we make the time for it. And so just to close on your thought, thank you for that. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, I'll move that council direct administration to advertise the recruitment of public members to be appointed to the Property Tax Task Force at the October 30th, 2025 annual organizational meeting of council. And I'll support this motion. And just a reminder for the public, this is after the election, and so it will be the next elected council that will be making these appointments. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, item H2 is an administrative motion. This is an item that was before us previously, but then we postponed at the recommendation of administration because various interest holders involved were part of discussions that may make the original motion moot. That actually has come to pass. And so whereas normally if something is potentially on an agenda that becomes moot, you can just pull it off. But because there was a motion previously to set it forward to this date, we thought it best for the record purposes to bring closure to that rather than just disappear, right? And so I will just move directly to the recommendation that essentially closes the loop. I'll move that council direct administration to remove item H2, letter of intent for conservation easement 800 3rd Avenue from the agenda as the item is being resolved and no longer requires council direction. And so that basically will remove the package and whatnot, but there'll still be the note in the minutes so that the follow-up is done. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now let's move to item I1. Is everybody, what's that?
H3, waste management.
Oh, H3. That's right. That's right. It was a little note there. We have an item added. H3, wastewater treatment plant Odour. So there's a draft motion that I'd ask the municipal clerk to please put up on the screen. I'll provide a context, and then I'm going to invite Mr. Hannes to make some comments, and then we can go into debating the motion. Of course, there will be opportunity for question as well. So I'll just wait for that motion to be up on the screen, and then I will speak to it, or speak to the context. Okay, so this motion is essentially giving direction to administration to bring forth a capital project for this coming budget time, and to direct administration to work with EPCOR to come to the September COW. This is being responsive to an ongoing concern in the community with regards to the wastewater treatment plant odors. To provide a little history, in recent years, there have been odors that have been very bothersome, to say the least, in some residential areas mostly. And so in 2022, we, as a fairly newly elected council, brought this forward during budget time to fund a study to figure out how we fix this problem. Okay? The study proposed a two-phase solution. That study took place in 2023, and phase one was implemented in 2024. Essentially, it was adding some iron salts to a part of the process for approximately $400,000 annual cost. That didn't do the trick. It took out a portion of the smell, but it didn't fix the entire problem. The odors continued. Phase two was implemented this year, and it was adding some components that would filter smells in around the plant area, and it also made a difference, particularly close to the plant. However, what we are noticing, and I think each of us personally can attest to that, and unfortunately we have residents continuing to suffer from smells, it didn't fix the problem. I think I speak for all of council and administration when I say that we are all disappointed and frustrated that those measures did not completely solve this problem, and that the problem continues to linger. And so we have been getting more complaints. Last night at 10:49, I had to shut my windows. I also sent in a report to the link on the website because at my house it was just terrible smells coming in. And I know that there are others, especially in South Canmore, that are experiencing this quite frequently. So I walked this item onto the agenda, which is our first opportunity to do so since these complaints and our experience of the persisting smells has come about, so that we can move forward with what is next. We have to solve this problem. We have to get rid of these odors. Nobody thinks that this is acceptable. Everybody thinks that this is a priority. Unfortunately, as we have seen, solutions are not necessarily quick, and they are expensive, and there's some time to implement, but we have to keep moving to solve this problem. So that's setting the context for this coming on today. I will now thank Mr. Hannes for being here today. And did you have any comments that you wanted to provide on the current situation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So administration has been working hard on this item. It is a priority for administration to address. First phase and second phase have been implemented with insufficient success. So the report does recommend moving to a phase 3, which what you're alluding to in this motion here, which administration does support as well in principle. The notion of phase 3 is to provide additional containment. Likely the digester area is a major source of potential hydrogen sulfide and methane. And so there's been some comments in the community and about what kind of containment that could look like. Is there some interim measures like covering it up? And so that's what phase 3 does look at, but an interim solution would have to address the explosion hazard that would result as a result of containing that off-gassing. And so if you were to cover that digester area, you'd have to scrub the off-gassing to not only address the hydrogen sulfide, which is the core source of the smell, but also the methane as well. That's the explosive component of the off-gassing. So it's not a simple solution. It's a significant containment facility with mechanical systems to address. Significant amounts of air are being used to aerate the system, so that has to off-gas somewhere. And so if you were to put a container over that, it would essentially function like a balloon if it wasn't vacated from that space. So that's what the ultimate phase 3 might look like. And we're hopeful that that would address a lot of the odors that come from the facility.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hannes. And I should note that in the interim, in the interest of collecting data that will help assess the extent of the problem and when it's occurring, administration has put forward a link on our website that anybody experiencing these terrible odors can go on. It literally takes less than a minute, as I found out last night, and you provide your name, location, time, and what you're experiencing, and then you just hit submit. You get an email indicating that your feedback has been received, and so I appreciate that has been put in place. Councillor Graham, you have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple questions. Has this got to do anything with capacity? There are folks who seem to correlate, this being, a Monday problem after a long weekend kind of thing, and that the facility itself can't handle the volumes that we are sending its way. Is there any? I wonder if you could speak to that too for me.
Well, I'm not an expert in the field, but what I can say though is that the facility is handling it. So we are meeting our legislated requirements. So the system is functioning and able to accept the volumes that are being sent to the facility. But certainly, intuitively there is a volume consideration there. So the town is definitely, it's been certainly probably the busiest year on record in town. And so certainly, with the growth of the community and that sort of thing, volumes are likely increasing as well. So we're probably seeing a combined scenario of more volume, and then plus just the weather patterns too. So we're just noticing it when there's an inversion, for example, or stagnant air, holding that the air in the valley stagnant. It's there's a chance that off-gassing could just not move away and out of the valley as much as it has in the past.
Thank you. One more. Can you help me understand how we're going to use the data from people submitting their reports? How does that help us?
Well, it helps us understand the quantity of complaints, I guess, and where more specifically where they're located, so we can assess the patterns of if we can correlate the smells with air wind directions and that sort of thing. So it's really just a matter of how often it is occurring and where it's occurring, so we can assess have a metric of where it's at.
Are there any way to put sensors like in various locations so that we could gather data more scientifically?
Yeah, that's been explored, but that could be part of the interim solution measure that we could look at over the course of time.
Thank you, Mr. Hannes.
I would note too that Something that we have experienced as a change in the valley is wind direction. A former fire chief a couple of years back, when I was talking to him about emergency preparedness, he indicated, I said, obviously, the wind direction comes from the west, and so we should be really mostly concerned about down valley. And he says, well, the predominant wind is changing, and it does come from the west, but it also now, more so than in the past, comes from the south. And so, in my mind, that also makes sense. If the wastewater treatment odors had traditionally been taken away and dispersed when a wind's coming from the west and blowing to the east, by the time they got to anything residential, it would have been dispersed. But if it's blowing from the south, and when I get these complaints, I often will go outside and take a look, and when I see those flags blowing directly out of the south, it kind of explains why maybe something that wasn't detected before is being detected now. And that's not to say that that's an excuse and there's nothing we can do about it, but that's just recognizing the reality that our circumstances change. And maybe how it was originally designed, those circumstances may be different, and therefore we need to now adjust. Yeah. All right, any other questions? Okay, then I will move that council direct administration to prepare a capital project for phase 3 odor upgrade at the wastewater treatment plant for the 2026 budget amendment process, and work with EPCOR to bring a report to the September 2025 Committee of the Whole, outlining what has been done to date to address odor and an explanation of why odor issues persist. In speaking to this motion, once again, this is being responsive to the situation that we are experiencing. And I do want to clarify, in case people are wondering, when we refer to the 2026 budget amendment process, that is the process that goes on this November in approving any amendments to the budget for 2026. And of course, we need to make sure that we budget accordingly, and that's why administration needs some time to come back with some plans and strategy. Councillor Faubert, speaking to the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser, and thank you for bringing forward this motion and responding to an issue that is happening in our community. I think this is really important work, continuing on the work that we've already approved as a council over the past several years to look at this issue. I'm very much in favor. I'm going to be voting in favor of the motion. And I'm really interested in understanding better through the update how we are tracking data, specifically who is tracking the wind direction. Do we track the wind direction? That's just, I'm just super curious about how we track the weather data and because I think that's really important. I also think that we're in a situation where people want to find simple explanations for a very complex problem. Very complex problem. And I think there are a lot of things that feed into creating the situation that we have now. Not only the wind direction, not only volumes, temperatures, and the type of technology we chose originally as well. But I do believe there was at one point in time where the system had challenges with the bacteria in it. Right? There are things that might be at play with the type of technology we chose that would be better, it might be contributing to this. So you have like a multi-crisis. And so no one solution that we've put forward could have been sufficient enough. And so we need to keep doing this work. And so I'm very much in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship, and I just want to say this is great that this is being brought up. It's responsive. I was down by the wastewater treatment plant last night around that area by one of the car dealerships, and it is pretty impressively overpowering. And so I think this signals to the community that, you know, this is definitely not being taken lightly, and we're trying our best. And as Councillor Faubert said, these are complex things, and this is going to be probably a layered solution that we got to get at it as quickly as possible. So thank you for bringing this.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Okay, then I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously, and I do look forward to hearing back at the September COW to get an update and you know, some initial thoughts or some thinking around where this could be going, and maybe some interim solutions if possible. We've had a lot of dealing with a lot of matters that had a lot of debate, so I am going to call a 9-minute break. We're going to resume at 11:15. To let me know when we're streaming again. Okay. Okay, we are back from break. Councillor McCallum, are you there with us? Excellent, thank you. All right, we are moving on to item I1. Ms. Van Gaal, welcome to council, and whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Krauser and members of council. My name is Caitlin Van Gaal. I am the Supervisor of Environment and Sustainability, and I'm joined here today with Ms. Fournier, the Climate Action Coordinator, and Mr. Sinclair, the Municipal Energy Coordinator. And we are here to share the Climate Emergency Action Plan 2024 Annual Status Update Report. And please note, this is for information only. There's no decision being asked of council today. So a bit of an outline of our presentation today. We will give you some background information to remind you of the work that took place leading up to the development of this 2024 Annual Status Report. We will review the status of the 93 actions from the Climate Emergency Action Plan. I will then hand it over to Mr. Sinclair and Ms. Fournier to review our annual GHG inventories for both the corporate emissions and our community emissions, and to go over the climate adaptation work that took place in 2024. And then I will give you a sneak peek of what you can expect to see in our 2025 and 2026 annual reports, and then open the floor for questions. But before we begin, I wanted to introduce you to the newest member of the Environment and Sustainability team, Mr. Ian Sinclair. Mr. Sinclair joined us in April, moving from Toronto, where he worked for 27 years in the renewable energy and energy management fields. He developed and taught courses at the University of Toronto and the Toronto Metropolitan, and completed numerous energy management and strategic plans for public and private building owners across Canada and internationally. Mr. Sinclair is our new Municipal Energy Coordinator, a 2-year position approved by Council and funded in part by the Municipal Climate Change Action Centre. Mr. Sinclair's main goal is to identify and implement energy, GHG, and cost-saving measures in our municipal buildings and operations. So,
welcome, Mr. Sinclair, to the town of Canmore, and wishing you all the best for your work with the town.
perfect. So for a bit of background and context before we jump into the 2024 Annual Status Report, the town has been working, as you know, on climate action and environmental action for over 20 years, starting when Ms. Cottle was in this position. In 2010, we adopted the Environmental Sustainability Action Plan. In 2016, we adopted the Climate Adaptation Plan. And in 2018, the Climate Action Plan, which is when we completed our first greenhouse gas inventory. In July 2024, Council adopted the Climate Emergency Action Plan, which brought all previous environmental guiding documents under one overarching guiding document and was designed to support Council's strategic priorities on environment and climate. The Climate Emergency Action Plan set targets of net zero emissions by 2050 and modeled climate hazards out to 2070. The Climate Emergency Action Plan set out 93 immediate and long-term actions that are based on scientific consensus, climate modeling, and municipal best practices. The 93 actions apply across the organization and are the responsibility of all departments to implement, with the annual progress reporting being led by the Environment and Sustainability team. And as you likely remember, the Climate Emergency Action Plan is unique in that it brings together climate change mitigation, so emission reduction work, and climate change adaptation, which is climate preparedness, into one report. It ensures that actions that are being recommended in the report assess the co-benefits and co-harms across both fields. It also brings in social equity, ensuring that all recommended actions do not inadvertently harm or further disadvantage any one sector of our population. So not only does the Climate Emergency Action Plan work to achieve Council's priorities and commitments on climate and environment, but it is also a pathway to protecting and enhancing our community well-being, making our economy more resilient, providing opportunities for job growth and economic diversification, making inclusivity and equity core of how we implement our projects, helping to make life more affordable for residents, and improving the health and wellness of the community. So before I hand this over to Mr. Sinclair and Ms. Fournier to go over the GHG inventories, I want to just touch on why these types of plans are really important and why immediate action is even more important. So as we know, global scientific consensus shows that we do not have time to waste in reducing carbon pollution if we want to avoid unmanageable climate change. The decisions we make today can lock us into high energy use, costs, and emissions, as well as vulnerabilities into the long run, because of the long lifespan of many of our municipal assets. So it is important to consider climate when you make decisions in today's context. So moving on to the reason why we're here, to provide you with the update on the progress of 2024 and the Climate Emergency Action Plan. And I want you just to remember that when you look at the progress that we're providing today, that the Climate Emergency Action Plan was adopted in July, and this is just the progress that happened until the end of 2024. So it's a 6-month period with our emission inventory capturing the whole year, but the action reporting is from a 6-month period. So by the end of 2024, following the July 2024 adoption of the plan, 2 of the 93 actions have been completed, and progress or action was made on 35 of those recommended actions. The first actions that were completed was the development of a regional wildfire management working group, and the second was to dispose of municipal solid waste at a landfill with methane gas capture. And it's also important to note, and will become more important in future annual updates, that a lot of these measures, of the 93 measures, are ongoing, meaning that they won't necessarily have a discrete end and finish. So breaking it down a bit further, within the Climate Emergency Action Plan, there are 7 categories of actions, as shown on this slide. You can see the number of actions within each category and the percentage of those actions that have had some level of work completed on them. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Sinclair to go over the corporate greenhouse gas emission inventory and speak to some of those corporate actions that have occurred in 2024. And then following Mr. Sinclair, Ms. Fournier will give an update on the community emission inventory and speak to the actions that took place in 2024 on the community and the adaptation work. So with that, Mr. Sinclair.
Mr. Sinclair, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to speak, as Ms. Van Haal noted, on the corporate GHG emissions. So those are the ones that the town is directly responsible for. So the good news is that we're highlighting a 12% reduction in GHG 2024 versus 2022. But I did want to highlight a couple of key points. Number one is the obvious fact that we've set a baseline for 2022. And then the second one being that the methodology used in each of these years is the same. The methodology is in order to figure out how much GHG is generated by each sector of the town's activities are fairly well defined and regulated. The town of Canmore follows both municipal standards that are used both nationally and internationally, but more importantly, those same measurement standards are used year upon year upon year. So any issues that there may be in those measurements would be netted out, and what you see underneath are the true underlying trends of performance. So where does the 12% reduction come from? Well, fully 10 of that 12% is as a result of changes in the emissions intensity from Alberta's electricity grid. Specifically, the province is burning less coal than it used to burn, being replaced partially with natural gas and partly with renewable energy. Of the remaining 2% of reductions accomplished, approximately 1% was due to a warmer winter of 2024, approximately 5% warmer versus 2022. And then underneath that, net of weather impact would be improvements in town operational performance from decisions made at the facility level. Where does the GHG come from? Maybe let you review the data quickly, but what you can really see is that water and wastewater municipal services are the largest generators of greenhouse gas. And then after that, clearly, the 2 largest facilities in the town, meaning Elevation Place and the Canmore Recreation Centre, are equally resulting in large emissions. We have very high water usage at both of the locations for providing those services that we all enjoy. What are the trends of 2024? Well, the first good news is that Solar energy generation now comprises 8% of the town's overall electricity consumption. That's a result of an increased rollout of solar generation assets and continual improvement of the performance of existing assets. Natural gas consumption has gone down. As noted, it was a warmer winter, and the warmer winter accounts for about 80% of that improvement. It's really important to note that since 2022, the new fire station was added to the town's portfolio of buildings. That comprises almost 6% of the town's entire portfolio. So normally you would have expected a 6% increase in emissions. And the fact that those emissions have not appeared at all tell you that good decisions were made during the design and construction of that building, meaning that we have avoided emissions and that those emissions will endure for the full life cycle of that building. On the negative side, and somewhat of the irony of the new fire station, grid electricity consumption is up by 3%, but fully 2% of that 3% is a result of electricity consumption at that building. But again, that would normally be expected to be closer to 6%, and the fact that we've only increased by 2% tells us that a good job was done. And then just due to operational changes and requirements for activity on the roads, fleet diesel and gasoline was up by 13%. What are some of the highlights of work in 2024? Well, I guess you could file this under state of good repair. Leak detection and repair of both drinking water and sanitary lines was undertaken. And then funding was obtained to continue the rollout of smart meters to meter water consumption. Metering water is the #1 way if you want to reduce water consumption. I wouldn't be standing here talking to you if the town hadn't found funding for a municipal energy manager. Thank you, team. And then in terms of the large facilities, 2 projects were undertaken at the Canmore Recreation Centre. #1, an energy management system was installed at the rec centre. This, for the first time, allows operators to understand what's going on, both in the guts of the building and the guts of the refrigeration plant itself. That was fully funded by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And then a spray foam air sealing project was undertaken within the building again. The #1 way of reducing energy consumption in a building is to prevent unwanted air from coming in. So that's exactly what that accomplished. I will hand you over to my colleague, Ms. Fournier.
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair, and good morning.
Welcome, Ms. Fournier.
All right, we're moving on to the community inventory now. So this estimates the emissions generated collectively by Canmore residents, businesses, organizations, and visitors. The municipal emissions that were just discussed represent about 2% of the overall community. And unlike the emissions with our own infrastructure, we generally don't have direct control over many of these community emissions. That said, we are able to influence them to varying degrees. In 2024, calculated emissions were around 415,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, and this is a 9% reduction from the 2022 baseline and is consistent with 2023 levels. As you can see from the chart, vehicle emissions are the largest source of emissions. That's the gray component of the bar, followed by the blue at the bottom, which are buildings. I would like to note that all of this is due to the natural gas, electricity, diesel, and gasoline consumed by buildings and vehicles. It is not the embodied carbon in the materials themselves. So we do not count concrete, wood, any vehicle manufacturing in these inventories. It's only the operational use of them. Waste and the top in yellow is the next contributor, and you can't really see them in the chart, but they are there. There's tiny little lines for wastewater and fugitive emissions, just because they are a relatively small contributor, but they are up at the top. And we do account for them according to those global protocols that Mr. Sinclair mentioned. Fugitive emissions, for your reference, are those from leaks from the extraction, processing, and transport of natural gas. I see that there's a question.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Fournier. Can you help me understand the wastewater component? If the wastewater component in our section is like almost half. How is it just a sliver in this one?
Yeah, it's to do with scale. And I'm glad you asked that question, because I can go down a lot of weedy little pathways here.
We got to be out of here by
Stop
noon.
myself, but no, because you asked, I'm going to do it. So in the corporate inventory, the waste and wastewater emissions are from the energy required to treat and transport. So it's mainly electricity, but natural gas as well from the actual facilities. And in the community inventory, those are actually buried in the institutional and commercial buildings component. So they are quite high, but they're just a component of the broader communities. So that's the energy required. In a community inventory, the wastewater emissions are actually those produced from the wastewater itself, so from the methane and nitrous oxide from the actual material of wastewater. So that's what the sliver up top accounts for. In both cases, so it's actually in your report, in the annual status report attached to the briefing, there's the detailed numbers. So any numbers people, all of the numbers are in the table on page 5 of that report. But so the wastewater material itself, the methane and nitrous oxide that's produced by that material is around 500 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, whereas the emissions from the energy required for those facilities it's around 3,000, if I'm not mistaken, but that information is in the table. So that's the scale of it. But then they look like not a lot here because transportation emissions are around 275,000 tons. Does that answer your question?
Maybe my brain's not comprehending, but that's okay.
Right, okay.
We'll get there.
Okay, sounds good. And we can come back to it at the end as well. Okay, so where the 9% reduction in emissions between 2024 and 2022 came from, about half of those were from vehicle emissions being lower, about a quarter was from waste emissions being lower, and then the rest is similar to our corporate inventory due to reduced natural gas consumption and the reduced carbon intensity of the electricity grid. These inventories are a high-level estimate, and when you have large emissions sources and external impacts that are quite significant, like reduced carbon intensity of the grid, they do tend to mask more localized efforts and trends. So we wanted to take a moment and highlight some of the trends that were happening that would either contribute to increased or decreased emissions. So solar installations, that's like the actual number of installations on houses and businesses, went up substantially in 2024, as did electric vehicles, roam ridership, and diverted food waste. And then as mentioned, of course, there was the decreased natural gas consumption, though that was mostly due to weather. On the flip side, even though emissions were down in this area, the actual amount of landfilled waste was up, and grid electricity consumption across the community was up. Also, motor vehicles registered to a Canmore address also increased. All of these are likely attributed to population growth. These were some of the initiatives that were town-led that contributed to those trends I just mentioned. So we've talked about switching to a landfill with methane capture already. That was a really significant single move that was done that resulted in a lot of emission reduction. Another one was the commercial food waste collection program has increased substantially. A lot of this is due to the mandatory food waste diversion bylaw that council enacted a couple of years ago. We really ramped up the collection in the community. I should be happy to know that we are collecting food waste from over 100 restaurants, cafes, grocery stores, and all the schools. We increased the amount of incentive programs that we have, so we doubled the residential solar incentive program and provided a new program for commercial buildings and multifamily buildings, as well as an electric vehicle charging incentive. And then on the transportation side, some of our important cycling and walking infrastructure was completed in 2024. Okay, so we looked at 2024, but now I want to take a moment to look at where we're at currently. So you may remember this graph from the Climate Emergency Action Plan. So the blue line at the top maps out carbon emissions were we to do nothing. The orange line in the middle is the business as planned, which means that it mapped out the trajectory of emission reduction based on all of our pre-existing plans and policies. And then the green line is the target to net zero emissions. So that's the trajectory we want to be going on if we're going to achieve that target. So the good news, if you look at where 2024 would be, we are on track with where our emissions are currently with that trajectory. But I am flagging that increased action and ambition will be needed to continue, because you can see that that decline is going to be quite steep over the next few years. We are also benefiting from some external factors like a cleaner electricity grid, which will eventually level out. And that lock-in effect that Ms. Van Gaal pointed out earlier just means we need to be mindful of the decisions that we're doing now really impact the ability of future councils and town staff to be able to stay on that decreasing green line, because we could be adding emissions now that will be harder to abate later on. So we're going to move to the other side of the plan now, climate change adaptation. And as you know, that work included understanding and projecting our localized impacts of a changing climate. So the simple summary was that we're going to be getting warmer, wetter, and wilder weather, and that will have numerous impacts as described here. So I'm not going to go into detail about them because they are in the Climate Emergency Action Plan and the Climate Risk and Vulnerability Assessment that was completed to accompany that. But what I will do is go through the work that was done in 2024 to address those different impacts. Unlike with climate change mitigation, we can't quantify the impact of these things the same way that we can with inventories. So the highlights here are just the work that was done. So wildfire and wildfire smoke, this is, as everyone knows, one of our top risks in this town. So some of the work that was undertaken was updating the wildfire preparedness plan, establishing the Bow Valley Interagency Wildfire Committee, initiating fire guard work. So a lot of that's happening now, but it was really started in 2024. There were fire smart assessments completed on all of our critical infrastructure for water and wastewater. And then as a result of those, there was some roof and cladding upgrades that were started. Backup power was also upgraded at water facilities, and this is important in the event of a fire, that there's continued uninterrupted access to water to be able to fight that. This also has significant benefit across the board from a climate adaptation perspective, because it does provide water access in the event of power interruptions, whatever the reason that may be. For example, extreme weather, storms, of that nature. And our other top risk is flooding. So work done in this area included completing the Cougar Creek debris retention structure, and receiving some funding to start doing river flood protection work at the wastewater treatment plant. Lastly, work was started to develop a water restriction program for water shortages due to drought conditions or extreme heat. And because of the energy required to treat and pump water, any work that's done on water conservation also has a big win on the climate mitigation side as well. All right, as mentioned earlier, one of the intentions with the Climate Emergency Action Plan is to simultaneously advance equity, affordability, and other co-benefits such as health and better air quality. So as part of that work, there was partnership work done with the Family and Community Support Services to have programs targeted to the Affordable Service Program. And that included the e-bike discount and home upgrades program. And that was done in partnership with Cambo Energy and EcoTrust. So those were fully funded retrofits with the intention of reducing or preventing energy poverty. Lastly, through a partnership with the Bow Valley Clean Air Society, there was a workshop done to build your own home air filter so that those could be used in the event of wildfire smoke events or other poor air quality. Lastly, while the new Summertime Rome Route 12 was really celebrated for providing transit service up to destinations such as Quarry Lake and the Nordic Centre, it did have an important equity benefit because it traveled along Bow Valley Trail. So this means that people who do not have access to a vehicle could travel to the hospital, and all those doctors' offices, pharmacies, and paramedical services that are also on Bow Valley Trail. And with that, I'm going to hand you back to Ms. Van Gaal, and she's going to talk about next steps and close out. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Ms. Fournier. So, not to steal our thunder for 2025, but here are a few actions that we've started to work on in 2025, and you'll get a more detailed update when we complete the 2025 annual report. So a few actions that have been completed are already in progress are the new guidelines based on fire smart principles that were included in the engineering, design, and construction guidelines. The purchasing policy was also updated to include considerations that align with the Climate Emergency Action Plan. The Municipal Energy Coordinator position was hired on a 2-year contract, and Mr. Sinclair has already completed a couple level 1 energy audits for Elevation Place, the Canmore Recreation Centre, and is in the process of finalizing the wastewater treatment plant. And those will follow with some investment grade audits to determine the best retrofits to improve the energy performance of those facilities. The Energy Coordinator has also developed and implemented an Energy and Water Corporate Directive to guide corporate energy use and water usage. We have piloted a reusable cup program at this year's Folk Fest, which will be expanding to the Mountain Market and the Highland Games. And we will continue with the community incentives, which Ms. Fournier mentioned earlier, and the Clean Energy Improvement Program. And as well, we will be hosting a 4-part series workshop this fall to increase energy literacy in partnership with Community Social Development and Canmore Energy, who help support us with the Home Upgrades Program. And we've also launched the Fire Smart Neighborhood Recognition Program, which is being supported in 2025 by the Biosphere Institute of the Bow Valley with funding that they received from Global Affairs in the G7. Moving into 2026, some actions that we have on our radar and are planning for next year are the completion of a wildfire risk and vulnerability map, which is exploring where wildfire risk and social vulnerabilities overlap. And shared in July, we will be launching the Wildfire Risk Reduction Roof Replacement Incentive Program with generous funding from a third-party funding source. We will be hiring a zero waste coordinator, which will support circular economy, waste diversion, and waste reduction initiatives in the community. We will also be partnering with communications to develop and launch a marketing campaign for our various climate initiatives. Mr. Sinclair in his contracted role will continue to identify and ideally implement some of those retrofits identified this year in those energy audits. And we will continue to offer our community incentive programs. So finally, we just wanted to take an opportunity to share with you this infographic that will be running in the RMO this Friday. This is a visual storytelling of the 2024 Climate Annual Status Report. And although you can't read it on this slide here, you will be able to read in the report, and it just shows what that will be, how we will communicate this annual status report to the community. And with that, I would like to open the floor for questions and invite Mr. Sinclair and Ms. Fournier up to answer questions with me.
Great, thanks to all 3 of you for this excellent update and giving great details on the progress being made, as well as where there's been increases. But overall, a net decrease, so that's excellent news. Looking to council to see if there are questions. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you everyone for an amazing presentation. I do sit on the Municipal Leaders Climate Caucus, if I got those words in the right order. And Canmore is a leader in Alberta when it comes to the work we do on climate, both adaptation and mitigation. I have a couple questions. With respect to organic diversion and the increased diversion from the commercial sector, how much more space is there for growth of that diversion? Like, where are we at in terms of getting all like the full community signed up?
So to answer the question first about where we're at with getting all of them signed up, we're almost there. There's a few stragglers. Municipal enforcement's helping with those, but we're pretty close. Where the opportunity for growth is improving the amount of diversion taking place. And so there's, everybody's kind of signed up and using it, but they could be using it more effectively, and we could be getting more food waste out of the different restaurants and grocery stores. And that's why I'm very excited about the work of the Zero Waste Coordinator, because they'll be focusing on working, kind of giving more support and finding ways to get more food waste out of the businesses we service, as well as residents as well.
And like, is the stream, is there a lot of cross-contamination in terms of does everyone understand what goes in and what doesn't go in? And is some of that space for improvement, say, things that we don't realize can go in the composting, like perhaps like food soiled paper products?
Yeah, that food soiled paper products is a large area of opportunity, and that's kind of the next thing. A lot of businesses are really just focusing on their kitchen waste, but we can be collecting paper towels from washrooms. So that is part of it. Contamination is challenging, especially for the more fast food type restaurants. It's really challenging to try to divert food waste in the customer area, in the dining rooms, and that's where a lot of the contamination comes from. And that's in many cases they don't bother. It's just too hard, because that material, even if you have 3 bins out for recycling and food waste and garbage and have them clearly signed, garbage is still ending up in the food waste bin. So that's a big area of challenge, and where we're missing a lot of food waste and where a lot of the contamination is coming from.
Awesome. I love, like, I am taking the stickers off of every piece of fruit because I believe in this so much. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll leave questions for my colleagues, but I have some more.
Councillor Graham.
You don't eat those stickers? Two questions. Can you elaborate more on the residential organic side? You know, I think there was a report a little while back that stated we didn't have much opportunity there, and I was challenged by that statement. So I wonder if we can talk about that one a little bit.
Yeah, the report you spoke of, I think that you mean the waste audit that was done?
Yes,
yeah.
That's one, yeah.
And so that one did indicate that in both the commercial and residential side, there was still a lot of food waste going into the garbage bins. So they actually took some samples and looked at them and saw that there's still a fairly high percentage of food waste going in. So there is opportunity, and that was part of the reason for the Zero Waste Coordinator to really work on that. And Ms. Van Gaal also mentioned that we are working on some marketing and outreach campaigns, and some of those will be focused on waste as well. But that is an area of growth and opportunity for us.
I hear a lot of people talking about the proximity of the organics bins and where they are or are not, and I think there's an opportunity there in the future. But and then last one is, I know that you can buy, like my business buys green energy. I buy 100% green energy for my business. Is that something the town has investigated or not?
Do you want me to take that one? Yeah, we have investigated that for our own energy consumption, for our electricity consumption. There's a lot more opportunity in terms of purchasing renewable electricity than there is on the natural gas side. We have investigated that through the purchase of a virtual power purchase agreement.
Right.
And that's still a potential opportunity. we do need to, what we want to do and why we're thankful that Mr. Sinclair's here is investigate all possibilities to first reduce our energy consumption before we start talking about kind of purchasing through a potential virtual power purchase agreement or another mechanism.
Thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to also mention that Route 12, stopping at the hospital, also stops at the food rescue barn. And that last route of the day is taking people from Palliser to the food rescue. And that access, like that, that has been really wonderful to see. My next question is, how important are partnerships and engaging the community when it comes to doing this work? As some of the things that have happened in the last year included work with like the Biosphere on the reusable cups, and just, you know, are we doing this alone, or are there people out there in the community and groups that are traveling this path with us?
There are a lot of community members and a lot of passion in this community of folks that are working on this initiatives. Having come from another municipality, working in the municipal government, it's really heartwarming to see how much passion and community involvement there is in this initiative. We partner often with the Biosphere Institute, the Bow Valley Clean Air Society, Bow Valley Climate Action Center, and several other community members. We're also, as Ms. Fournier mentioned and I alluded to, working with communications on a community education campaign, because so much of this work relies on the folks in the community. As you saw with the emission inventory, our corporate emissions account for roughly 2% of our overall emissions. So community action is incredibly important, and working with those partners and having an easy to understand and digest communications campaign that residents can feel that they have a part in, they can buy into it, is really important to moving the needle on this emission inventory and reducing our emissions and preparing for climate change.
And even with like the G7 funding and the funding for the roof replacement incentive, like that's putting money behind the work that we're doing as well. And that, I think, really speaks to how the community believes in what we're doing.
Great, thank you very much for those questions and responses. And once again, thank you for your wonderful presentation. And we are now up to speed and fully informed, so thank you. Okay, so the last agenda item is around the Offsite Levy Bylaw appeal decision. There's a public presentation element, and there's a closed session. I'm looking to council for guidance because I don't want people getting hangry and running out of energy. If it would be better for us to take a break and then come back after lunch, or if people would prefer to move forward, we could take a 2-minute break if anybody had personal needs break, refreshing. Okay, so we have one there. Is anybody needing a break right now? I'm looking to administration as well. Yeah.
I think we're fine to push through. I will say it's a meaty topic, and then we have the debrief.
Yeah.
So, yeah, sometimes I think for council, we've found at times that these closed sessions, when they're big legal issues, it's challenging. So you all are the best gauge of if you actually have the energy for it. But if people start to get hungry and, you know, then often we lose the effectiveness of what we're trying to accomplish. So we can go either way. It's really up to the whim of council.
I'm finding that very persuasive because I've asked this question before, and we push on, and then sometimes people say, oh, we really shouldn't have pushed on. So, okay, does anybody have a real problem with coming back at 1 o'clock? Okay. Councillor McCallum, you're good? Okay, all right, we're gonna take a break until 1 o'clock. We will have a public presentation at that point. No decisions to be made, but We'll be back. Okay, we're back from our lunch break, and we have one more item of business here. It's reports from administration I2, offsite levy bylaw appeal decision. And we're going to have a presentation from Mr. Dryzik, and then there will be a closed session. So, Mr. Dryzik, whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a briefing on the LPRT decision on the appeal of the 2024 offsite levy bylaw. There are no decisions to be made. You're welcome to ask questions in public if you wish, but the closed session is there for any legal advising or opinions, so some questions may best fit there. I'll provide some background. It's been a while. Offsite levies allow municipalities to collect money on subdivision and development permits to fund the public infrastructure projects needed to support new development. They're regulated under the Municipal Government Act. Municipalities need to make a bylaw, and under the MGA, the municipalities may set their methodology to determine offsite levies if they comply with several requirements of the MGA. The 2024 bylaw was passed. BODA and 5 named developers appealed to the LPRT, the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. Some of those appellants also filed a judicial review with the court about the bylaw. That judicial review was adjourned pending the outcome of the LPRT appeal. So it's still open litigation right now concerning the same bylaw. This LPRT decision will have broad implications for municipalities, industry, government, service providers. This is the first statutory appeal of an offsite levy bylaw to be decided by the LPRT. Previous challenges to offsite levy bylaws went to court. There's been other appeals of offsite levy bylaws to the LPRT, but they've settled without a decision, so this is the first. Previous major legal decisions on offsite levy bylaws have been followed by legislative changes. There's already a lot of commentary circulating on this decision from interested parties, and I would recommend that anyone who wants to see what it says read it firsthand. It's publicly available through the LPRT and public legal databases. In terms of outcome, this is a split decision. It's a compromise decision of sorts. There's outcomes in favor of each party depending on the issue. Sometimes outcomes in favor of each party under the same issue. The remedy granted by the LPRT grants each party something that they asked for. So I'll run through some of these issues in brief. First is the scope of the appeal, because this is the first time the LPRT has issued a decision on what its job is here. On one hand, it found that the model the town used to calculate offsite levies could be open to challenge despite having been used in a previous 2020 bylaw that didn't get appealed, where the offsite levy model was used for new things, new projects or changes to existing levies. On the other hand, the LPRT found that whether the town properly consulted with the applicants on making the bylaw was something for the courts, not the LPRT. The consultation adequacy is not one of the grounds of appeal to the LPRT in the MGA. Then the first substantive issue was on disclosure requirements under the MGA. This was decided in favor of the applicants that the town did not make all of the information publicly available that it needed to during a consultation phase. The LPRT identified three pieces in the MGA, three things that I'll return to. One is the information used to calculate the levy. The second is calculations that were performed, and the third is anything else required to replicate the levy. Those things are listed in the MGA, and the LPRT found that those things should be made public during a consultation phase. So to provide some context here, The town of Canmore and many municipalities calculate offsite levies using models. So the model is basically software, often in Excel format, and there's inputs into the model that the municipality provides. Those inputs are typically the things that are the focus of the consultations. Like, for example, that the allocation of the project cost to new development instead of existing development, or the benefiting areas for the projects. Those topics of consultation are inputs into the model. And then the model does a calculation and produces a levy rate. The town of Canmore uses a third-party model called the Corvus model, as do 40 other municipalities in Alberta approximately. The town obtained use of the Corvus model through a competitive open procurement process. And part of the terms of the licensing agreement for use of the Corvus model is that the town keep it confidential, and to date it has done that. Now, what's not clear from the LPRT decision is that the scope of services provided by Corvus, the company, differs among its municipal clients. Some municipalities use Corvus to do their offsite levy rate updates and to publish a report that makes information public in relation to the bylaw. Canmore and other municipalities use the Corvus model to calculate the offsite levy rates, but they do that themselves and they make public information publicly available through their own means or other means. What this means is that Corvus, the company, did not participate in the offsite levy rate update or the consultations leading into the 2024 bylaw. The town of Canmore administration ran the offsite levy model and attended to making information publicly available for this bylaw. And likewise, similarly, the focus of the consultations were much on the inputs, the project costs and allocation of project cost to growth and benefiting areas. The appellant's request for disclosure of the Corvus model came after the appeal was filed. At that time, the town engaged Corvus. Corvus provided some calculation formulas and appeared as a witness at the LPRT, and the appellant's expert financial witness acknowledged that they could replicate levy calculations when provided with information that was provided during the appeal. Then the appellants withdrew the request for disclosure of the Corvus model. Nonetheless, the LPRT found that the issue of what information was made publicly available during the consultation stage was still an issue for appeal. So, some of these inputs, one in particular, an opening balance used in a Corvus model calculations, could be provided by the town and can be going forward. And then the LPRT gave some opinion around calculations, saying sometimes it's enough to get the inputs and the formulas, but in other times the only practical way to provide calculations is to make the model available. The LPRT also considered confidentiality arrangements with service providers to not be relevant to the MGA obligation to make information publicly available. And really, it's up to municipalities to arrange their affairs so that they're in a position to either disclose the model or make information available as required. So what this means is that the MGA is clear on what municipalities are required to do, and I listed those things. Provide the information that was used and the calculations and anything else necessary to replicate the calculations. But they really leave it to the municipalities on how to go about doing this. The decision doesn't direct the municipality in how to do so. So if a calculation model was publicly available, it could potentially serve as one-stop shopping for here's all the information that was used, here's the calculations, here's everything else you need replicate it. But where that's not the case, there'll need to be other means to make information available. So the town will review its calculation model and disclosure processes for this next round. The next question from the LPRT was what remedy to issue here, and here's where we have another split decision of sorts. The LPRT considered else, in addition to the disclosure issue, there were some admitted errors in the bylaw and found that the bylaw should be declared invalid, which was the applicant's request, but they also suspended this declaration of invalidity for 4 months and provided the town leave to request more time if needed to repass the bylaw. And that suspension of the declaration of invalidity was the town's request. So the town now has time to repass the bylaw and rectify those issues, and that's what it's working on right now. Next couple of issues were whether the LPRT should issue any directions or conditions on repassing the bylaw. And the town was quite successful in responding to these requests. The LPRT largely declined to impose any directions or conditions on passing an offsite levy bylaw. It basically left the requirements to make offsite levy bylaws to the MGA. So the LPRT did not intervene into the town's methodologies for allocating project costs to new development or for determining the benefiting areas. It found that the witnesses from the consulting firm of SEMA Plus adequately explained their methodology and were forthright and credible witnesses. The LPRT found that the town's approach to timing of development was clear and reasonable. The LPRT accepted the types of items that the town includes in the capital costs of projects. The LPRT stated that consultation does not require agreement between the municipality and the consulted industry. It found that a wastewater treatment plant discharge limit upgrade project was premature in light of our requirement of regulations to provide a description of specific infrastructure. But apart from that, the LPRT's approach to what's required in terms of methodology and methods really left the municipality with autonomy on how to set its methodologies and how to meet the requirements in the MGA. So really, what the LPRT did fits what the MGA says. I would say in many ways the LPRT stayed in its lane. It limited the grounds of appeal to the grounds in the MGA. It issued the type of remedy contemplated by the MGA, which was just a declaration. And it left the requirements for making offsite levy bylaws to the MGA. It didn't impose any new requirements of its own. So based on that guidance, the administration intends to make the changes to the bylaw that are necessary to keep the projects that are in it, the project descriptions and the mapping and the design and the costs in the case of the treatment plant, so that these projects can stay in the repassed bylaw when that comes before council. So turning to financial impacts, this is a capital project. It was originally $500,000 up to $600,000 after the appeal. The town has spent approximately $525,000 to $530,000 to date. So there's funds remaining to implement the LPRT decision. To put this in context, this is bigger than going to court on a judicial review of a bylaw. This was a 2-week hearing that was heavy with new evidence and expert financial and engineering witnesses producing new reports. So this is a large undertaking compared to the old model of going to court on a judicial review of an offsite levy bylaw. But on the other hand, if one thinks back to the rationales for doing this, these 2024 updates to the bylaw were aimed at ensuring the town collects funds from new development to cover the costs of new and upgraded water and wastewater infrastructure. Without updating the bylaw, cost of infrastructure to support new development will fall on the utility ratepayers. That rationale continues with the opportunity to repass the bylaw, and the amounts at stake, if one thinks back to that original request for decision, greatly exceed the costs of having gone through the appeal. So now we have some guidance from the LPRT to move forward. The next stage is going to be interest holder engagement, basically consultation under the MGA. The LPRT decision indicates that consultation is required when repassing the bylaw, and it attempts to narrow the issues for consultation. But there's actually two MGA requirements. One is to make information publicly available, and the other is to consult with stakeholders. That's the word used in the MGA. And it defines stakeholders, but that's typically industry who are apt to pay the levies. So the LPRT tends to merge those things and refer to public consultation in a more holistic way. So the town's currently structuring its consultations, and I have some updates that aren't in the report. Firstly, an initial meeting with industry representatives have been done. The town is proposing a facilitator who I anticipate will provide some proposed terms of reference shortly here. Some topics and sessions to scope the consultations have been proposed, and the town is developing a new web page on its website to make information publicly available. So it will now be a single source of off-site levy information, both the information that municipalities are required to disclose under the MGA, but also records of consultation activities. That will now be one-stop shopping and available to the public and the industry and others on the town's website. That is really the new since the date of the paper report, and that's the extent of my presentation, subject to any questions from you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dryzek. Councillor Graham, you have a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, Mr. Dredge, would that disclosure of information also include the calculations?
Yeah, it's itemized in the MGA, and it says that data, assumptions, and information that were used, and then the calculations that were performed, and then anything else necessary to replicate the levy.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any, so I think now would be the time to go into a closed session. Before doing that, I'll just close off the streaming. When we go into this closed session, we will receive information, privileged information that's protected by statute, but there will be no decision being asked. And so we will end the streaming when we go into the closed session, as the only thing that we will be doing when we come out of closed session is adjourning the meeting. All right? So I'll move that council close the meeting to the public to prevent disclosure of information that is subject to any type of legal privilege, including solicitor-client privilege or parliamentary privilege, in accordance with section 32 sub 1 sub A of the Access to Information Act, the ATIA. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.